Does this mean I can be on the Turbo team?
Hey, we're purple again. Hey, I'm purple again. The age of blonde cache is over. We're past blonde cache now. Because I finally got the energy to finish doing my fucking hair. We're purple. We're purple again. Now we've gone back. We're back to purple. Hello, y'all. Hello. Hey. It's a sleepy day today. I did actually get some sleep last night, which was shocking, considering, well, I'm still very tired, but I actually got some sleep last night, which was really nice. But it has kind of left me, like, really chill, really mellow today. So yeah, the plan was, my bangs are not wanting to cooperate. That's fine. Plan is to stream for 5 hours, 5-ish hours. Fucking hell. That just looks dumb. Oh well, who cares? Yeah, plan is to stream for about 5 hours. We'll end around 8-ish. That is math, right? Yeah. 8 p.m. Central-ish. But I might end just a smidge early, we'll see. But yeah. I hope y'all are doing well. Hope things are going great. Travis, thank you for the continued sub. We appreciate it. Yeah, it's time to take a slight break from Elden Ring, because that's all I'm doing anymore, is playing Elden Ring. So we're gonna get back to BioShock 2. I don't think we have too much left on it. Oh, God. Okay. No more yawns. No yawning. No yawns. But, we might be able to finish it today. If not, we'll get it done on Wednesday. And then I have to figure out what we're gonna do next. It might end up being Doom Eternal. Because, that's what we were gonna do before we started BioShock, but then it wouldn't download because my internet was broken. Still trying to contemplate what's happening on the weekends. We'll see. I really wanted to do The Last of Us, but I'm, like, not sure. Given I'm playing Elden Ring with a controller, and I'd have to play that with a controller, and I might start getting my controls mixed up, but I might not. We'll see. I'll figure it out eventually. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, like I said, I hope everyone's doing well. I hope the day's been treating you good. It's a little warmer here today than it has been the last couple of days, which is nice. But, yeah. I'm kind of ready to just hop on in. I don't remember any of the controls for BioShock, so this is gonna be fun. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, we gotta start. Let's go. I can't keep doing this. I don't know why we're on the options menu, but we are. So that's fine. Hold on just a moment. I have to click around and do stuff. Go back. Hey, game, why don't you have sound? Hey, game, where is your sound? There it is. Okay. That's fine. This might be a little bit of an issue, though. No, there we go. My cursor wasn't, like, in the window, so if I clicked out, it was gonna do a bunch of weird stuff. It's fine now. We fixed it. If the sound is too loud or anything, please let me know. It looks like it's fine. But rip it and rip it. You never know. I'm trying to think of what happened last time. It's been a minute since we've played. Good balance? Thank you for the confirmation. I assume as long as no one's complaining about it, it's fine. Okay, if it's, we'll see how loud it is with the shooting. So heavy. That was a tentacle. It's fine. We spared the lady, Grace? Was that her name? We spared Grace, and she was all like, weird.
I see Father Wales has parted you from your craft, and yet you cling to life.
Lamb still hates us. We love that.
Today, Delta, you meet a man who has no fear of death, and for Eleanor, he would burn with a smile.
Agree? Three's a great game. Why are we grunting like this? Why are you grunting like this, buddy? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Hey! Here.
Look at this rusty piece of crap! Show 'em what we got, boys!
Woo! Explosions! Hey, I do kind of remember some of the controls. So that's great. Oh, I say this and then immediately forget how to do the hacking. It's fine. We're doing it. We're doing it so good. Hey, 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 hey. Nope, I do remember controls. Everything is actually fine. We just had to get in here. That's all. That's all. Is that still, again, sound-wise, now that we're fighting a bit, still good or is it bad? Is it all bad? How obnoxious and loud is this? Still good? Fantastic! Someone is stompy! So let's go ahead and... Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. You just didn't have... Where is your... Are you mine? No, okay.
Can I come out to play again, Mr. B?
Where is her big daddy? Honestly. I hear it. There he is. Not behind me. Not behind me. We're just gonna take care of this. Ouch! 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 Okay, well that was unfortunate. Not the deadbeat daddy. No, he came back through. He might have left her behind a little bit, but he showed me. He was like, actually, I'm great. No, I'm stuck on a corner. Maybe I should buy some health packs before I try and take him on again. How do I? That's how we change plasmids. Alright, let's take that? No? Okay, that's fine, I guess. That's fine. That's fine.
That's a bad daddy.
I'm not a bad daddy. Listen, kiddo. I want some more rivets. I want some more of that. Oops.
Dilly dally, Mr.
I gotta remember to push and hold the drill more.
I'm telling the other girls that I have the best.
Okay, kiddo. Come on, let's go.
The bad one's gone away, Mr. B.
Probably should have waited to do that, but that's okay. Now we got her and everything is fine. Where are we going? What's happening here? Hello? I don't need to hack every single one of these. Oops, but I'm going to. Because we like free/cheap stuff. It pleases us.
The beast of Ryan lives! Gather the family!
Sir?
Mother of mercy, I think that was Simon Wales. What's he done to himself? He and his brother were Rapture's architects, but when Doc Lamb came along, Simon got religion.
Interloper.
He's got a kind of church down in the pumping station. Expect a reckoning when you arrive.
Can do. Alright, we got some stuff. Let's go ahead and spend some stuff. Plasmid slot.
Hypnotize your foes. Laugh as they fight each other.
Perfect. We love that. I don't necessarily need to be purchasing all of these all at the same time. But we've got like a lot of plasmids already, right? I think the next things that we'll do are probably upgrade some of them. But I needed those slots. You a gene bank? Perfect. Okay, we've got all of our plasmids equipped that we can have. Let's do... move slightly faster. You emit a burst of fire when struck by melee attacks. Freeze enemies for longer, and all drill attacks have a chance to freeze the target. I want to do freezing drill and keen observer. Oh, back out. Never mind. There we go. There we go. Those seem worthwhile. Alright. What we got? Well...
Here's the angel.
Let's wait to do that.
I think Mother knows I'm helping you like this. She's accelerating my treatments. Don't give up on me.
Come soon to come find me. Security command? Yes, please.
Trick the security system. Divert bots, turrets, and cameras to attack where you choose.
I couldn't outline the Doc's plan per se, but shit, you don't gotta know it to believe it.
Oh, okay, no, I understand.
Personal use, not professional use. What is it? Step away. She belongs to me.
We'll just... This is fine. This is fine. It's a fine power. But I think I'll just stick with, like, hacking everything. Ouch. That's fine. DC's fine. Give me this. Can I... Just gonna top off on health kits. Where's my hypnotized one? There it is.
Just me?
Bigger fish to fry. Hand her over.
I thought I missed for a second. That was gonna be tragic. Get him! Get him! No, that's not what you're supposed to be getting. Actually, that's not what you're supposed to get. I need... Hey! Aww.
Looks like the good father.
I hope you can start feeling better. I'm sorry you don't feel too great today.
The only way to join with Doc Lamb was to beg an audience with him.
But I'm doing
first.
alright. We're
Must
just
be
hanging out,
some sign
playing
of
some
that number
Bioshock.
lying around. See if you can find us a lead.
My shoulders are tight today, and that's unfortunate, but yeah, I hope you can get some rest. I hope you can feel a little better. It's nice to see you here.
Wales and Wales, architects. Do you remember?
Oh, what's that?
Ryan led us astray, my brother. Turned us from the Almighty.
Okay,
Dr.
where am I
Lamb
going?
offers you salvation, Daniel.
Here?
I ask
No,
only
this
for
is where we
proof
came in
that
from.
The barest flicker of faith remains in you. I left a gift for you at the Pink Pearl in your offices. Find the code on it, brother. We shall pray together for your sorry soul.
Where?
I've got the maddening notion that I owe you my life, stranger.
Hi,
Such as
Grace.
it is. I'm sending you a care package to the pneumo along the way. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Dr. Lamb.
Thanks, ma'am. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Over here? Reactivate, please. Pneumo? Pneumo machine. Nice! Okay, this drill is very good. Harpoons! Harpoons! Okay, maybe we do collect some of the Atom right now. Because... not bees. They do kind of sound like bees, though. What is happening here? You wanna go fight some stuff for me? Consider. Maybe I just get this buddy to do a fight for us. Where? There he is. Whoa! Whoa! No, you weren't supposed to... Okay. Yikes, 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 yikes! Okay, can you be done now, child? Ouch, 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 ouch! Picking up, picking up! I'm picking you up and we're running! I'm picking you up and we're running! We're not fighting anymore! No, we're not fighting anymore! No, we're not fighting! Listen! Listen, we're friends now!
Hey, handsome.
Listen! We're friends! Okay. This is... Is he still coming for me?
The ritziest lodgings in Rapture. But during the war, the residents put themselves up for sale. Daniel's office is on the top floor, I believe.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Okay. I like the harpoon gun, but it is far too accurate for my needs. I would also like some more health. I would love to have some health. Thanks! There's our health! Got it! Perfect. Planned it that way, actually. Actually, it was planned. Okay, what else? I can't get through there. Okay, I understand. I don't understand, but that's fine! Give me your stuff. Again. Health items. Need? Want? Would like?
Daddy, let's get it. Spectator.
Ouch.
But we're not done yet.
Did I get it? I got it. Great. Perfect. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody. Not me constantly thinking I'm hearing people here.
Any assignments? Well, here's the peace offering.
Well...
Welcome to the Pink Duck and Pearl, sweetheart.
You doing good, buddy?
That has to be Daniel. Hunt him down and pin his ears back, kid.
Sir. There we go. Give me your things, please. Ma'am. Give me. Let's listen to that.
I've had some Johns in my time, and they've all got their kinks. But I think Rupert beats all. Keeps wanting me to splice up in the act. Says it'll heighten it for both of us. I said, honey, I ain't doing it for the heights. I'm doing it for the scratch. Besides, Danny would have a fit if I started needling. He does it himself, of course. But what's good for the gander gets the goose thrown off the drop.
Yikes. Yikes. I need to figure out where I'm going and stop looking around nearly as much, but I kinda wanna do this. I don't have any other health kits though, which is a bit of an issue. And I should wait until I'm full up on health kits before I do that. So, maybe we go back. Get some health kits. It's probably good to have anyway. Just in general. Whoa! Hey! Hey! I thought we were cool! I walked past you! We were fine! He's angry. He's very upset with me. And that's understandable, I guess. Okay. Let's just get out of here. Let's just get out of here. Maybe I keep this one on. We keep the hypnosis power so that I can... Hi, Devo. Oh, there's a first aid kit over here. Yeah, we keep the hypnosis so that I can get the splicers to fight each other when we do this fight. Where? Is it upstairs? Yes, it is. Okay, that's fine. Let's go!
Here's the angel.
Are there just two? There are 3 little sisters on this level.
Mommy. Who is that? Trying to hide the atom.
We got our buddy over here. Fuck. Okay. Hate these dudes. Hey! Where are you all coming from? I need you to go away. My God! Are you almost done yet, kid? Be cool if you were. Whoa, hey. Oh my God. Okay, let's pick her up. We'll get rid of him. Perfect! I am very bad at all of this, but hey, That's fine. We did it. Gorilla Man very strong. He's the one that I definitely, like, should focus on hypnotizing if he shows up. Because those spider splicers, the ones that, like, crawl on the ceiling and stuff, suck. They're also really strong. But they're really fast. But that Gorilla Boy just, like, took him out. Excuse. Where is this sparkling that I'm hearing? It's probably above me. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, no, I know what I'm hearing. Okay, let's send her on her way. Get out of here, kiddo.
You're not alone, Father. The girls you rescued are on your side. Check the Gatherer's Garden for a package.
Package. It was not a circus of value. It was the little porthole. It's where I send the kiddos. Okay, I am gonna use one of those to heal up all the way. Where's the Gatherer's Garden? Maybe we do take out this other Big Daddy right now. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck. Package. Package. I'm not selling children at a vending machine, actually. Hi, kiddo. Whoa, whoa, I did stuff. Okay, well, while that's all happening behind us, let's get... I want to, like, Insect Swarm so much. Can I see what the description... Alcohol restores a small amount of E rather than draining it. Your drill does more damage when you spin or swing it every time you hack something. Let's do the Booze Hound one. Let's replace that. They are awful bees! I want to like it, but it's so bad! It's tragic. Okay, I would like all of these, but before we do that, I do need... We need more slots. Okay. I'm just gonna unlock all of these. We've got a couple more little sisters that we're gonna get this time around. So we'll get more stuff. Also, hi, Fruity. How's it going? Ouch!
Off the stage. You'll never replace me.
Good. You'll love to see it. Are there any more splicers around here? Hey, I would love it if there were more splicers. It's not often that I want splicers to be around, but thanks, Sam, for tiny cake. That's awesome. Nice. There's a body in there. I cannot carry any more heavy rivets. Everything is tragic. Hold on. Wheel? Yikes! No, I'm trying to do this. It's terrible here. It's terrible here. Yeah, sure, that's fine. It's actually bad here. No, no one. No one's here. Just go away. Just be done. I am. It's very good. It's because I haven't really been using a lot of, like, the other weapons. It's mostly just the drill, sometimes the rivet gun, and generally, like, the machine gun and the shotgun. Because we like those here. Okay, let's do it good this time. Great! Ouch! I'm a drill boy. No, go get the Big Daddy. Get him for me. Ouch! Yikes! Yikes! Nope. 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 Wasn't fully prepared for that, but that's okay. Hey, can I get that Circus of Value again? Perfect. Get up, or don't. It wasn't the best. I might have made a couple of mistakes. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I ran out of gas for my drill. Just punch him a couple times. There we go.
Daddy, you always save me from the monster.
Come on, kiddo. It's actually fine. It was all planned that way. I don't know why you're why you're worried about how that went down. I thought it went great. It did not go great. Yeah. We love our upgrades. I need to do the upgrades desperately. But I needed the space for them. We needed space. Now we have it. So, once I start collecting some more Adam, we'll be able to get the upgrades. It's fine. I'm also doing it, like, early in the level, which is not necessarily how you're supposed to do it, I don't think. But, you know, I do what I want. It's fine. Stairs. There you are. Alright, let's go! Been in there. Been around there. Stairs are somewhere. Hold on. Rivets. And I've gotten everything that's in here. My poor buddy blew up. Sad day. Here we go. That's not the move that I wanted to do, but that's fine. Excuse you. What is this? What is this bad sound? Where is it? Wah! Okay. This is fine. This is fine! Didn't think that was gonna do anything, but we keep getting enough rivets anyway. Can I see in here? Oh no. Oh no. Hey, stop! Hey! Don't be rude. I'm not here. I do like that there's that like little sweet spot under the cameras where they just can't see you. Oh, that's where the man is. Okay, well, you're not who I wanted to fight at the moment, my guy. Sir? It's fine. We're just a little drunk.
Proper drunk and feeling introspective. Now in the motherland, Simon and I designed cathedrals together. I was the black sheep back there, never believing a word of the Jesus bollocks myself. Then,
Sir, I'm too drunk for this.
Wales and Wales, a rapture. A cathedral with no the ascent of man.
Honestly, though, horrible.
Simon thinks he's saving souls. Father Wales. Ah, can you believe
I can't see.
Was such a slap?
Can't see. We're gonna get drunk again on this fine gin. Well, that's thinking about shooting us a little bit. Oh, there's another one over there. Let's just auto-hack that. This is fine. Hacker's Delight. Nice. Can I replace that one? Is there anything else in here that I need? Absolutely not. Great. 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 Hmm. Hmm.
And here's a dozen dogs for you.
Whoa! Whoa! Get out of here.
Let's dance with them, Daddy.
Get out of here. Pipe minigame was miserable. Woo! Hi! I need more fuel for my drill. Nope. Did we do it? Are we winning? Sir. Oh my god. There we go.
Tonight, I had a pain in me head.
Yeah, but the bees are bad, and it's sad.
With a drink. But there,
I'll buy him eventually, but
a sacramental wine from my dear brother
not
Simon.
yet.
And of course, the vintage date on the label is the code to enter his territory. 1919.
Oh.
I should pass this bleeding wine through my system. Send it back warm.
Hi. I'm walking past you, don't worry. I'm not even gonna participate in that fight. I don't have the health for it. I need more ammo. There's a lot happening over here. Figured that was gonna happen. That's okay. Oh, shit!
Are we gonna be together again, Daddy?
It's fine. We're fine. This is not where I want to be. Honestly, though. I was extremely rude of her. Get out of here. Ouch. 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 Handle it for me, big boy. I need him to take care of everything while I go get some health. Thank you. Jeez. Excuse? Hi, I'm not bothering you. Get him! Get him! Whoa! That kind of got me. I'm not stuck. I just don't want to do the fight myself. Listen.
Now through this junction is the rest of the
Listen.
including the very pumping station we're after. Father
Okay.
Wales has been recruiting holy rollers down there for lamb.
Great. I probably don't have... I have just enough to purchase another one of those. Perfect. Love that for me. The code was 1919? Mini turrets. Shotgun. Give me all this. Can't do the trap rivets because I'm full up. There's a shiny thing over here. There's stuff in the trunk. Oop. Except. Let's go.
Father Simon Wales, can you hear me? I have trapped a devil at your doorstep. And Simon,
Lamb.
Daniel is dead. Murdered. Can you hear him crying out for justice?
Lamb.
They've cut the power on you. You're stuck till the backups kick in. I'll help you hold them back. Check the pneumo.
Okay.
Know this, beast. Daniel's body may go cold, but his soul rests with the child of the Lamb. You shall roast and blacken in the
There-
pit.
I can't pick
It'll
this
be a
up.
grieving brother sent you there.
There's a first aid kit right there. Fight for me. Fight for me. It's tragic. that it's squished, honestly.
Your sin itself marches to meet you, beast.
Oh, hi.
Its name is Legion.
Legion? Sweet baby? What is going on up there? There's a lot happening at the moment. This is fine. This is all fine! Whoa! Hi! Hello!
Eleanor Lamb is our salvation.
Please, don't kick me.
Final reward.
Oh! My little... my little stress ball. It's what I hold when I get worried, and oh boy, am I worried. Foster Spuck, where is he? Sir, please! This isn't doing anything. You stuck? His little noises when he freezes. Come here. I've lost all the items there. Please, I just want this health kit.
I think you're closing in on some underground temple. Now
Yeah.
get down to pumping station number 5 and drain out the park here. Oxygen's running thin in this train car, and I'd sure hate to see our partnership cut short.
Okay, but also, listen. I want to find some supplies. I want to make sure I got everything, and I'm pretty sure I did. Forever buying food. Never not buying food. Always and forever buying food.
Ask yourself, Delta. You who have suffered beyond measure at the hands of men like Ryan. What is the cost of paradise? To end pain, to end sin. What must we pay? Eleanor is my answer.
Oops, I did this bad. Where is it? Always getting groceries. Never not getting groceries. Turn that off. Yikes. Okay. Sir! Woof! Ma'am! Okay. No, I'm not here. You don't see me. Actually, you don't see me. I'm not here. Gene Bank, Gatherer's Garden. I want to kind of do some stuff over here. I cannot get the timing on these today. But you know what? That's okay. That was a calculated move. Because now I have robots. Okay. Let's fill up on that. Don't have enough to purchase anything here just yet. That's fine. That's disabled. Can I set up yeah.
We found it.
Do it. Do the thing, kiddo. Too cute. I can do a hydrate in just a second. Thank you, TK. They are giving me lots of drill ammo, which is great. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I am stuck in a corner. I literally cannot get out. There we go. Where is she? Give me all that. Okay, let's go, kid. Okay. Okay. Now that things have calmed down, I can do that hydrate. Thank you, TK, for the hydrate reminder. If y'all haven't drunk any water recently, please do so. Woo! We have done it. All right. Let's do all of our collecting. Excuse you, robots. It's just me. My fucking robots keep getting in the way. Genuinely just blocking me from being able to walk anywhere. Horrible. Okay, the orphanage is where they want me to go. I want to buy some of those. Oops! Don't have anything that I can put there. Can we put the other Hacker's Delight in there?
Big sister doesn't like slow pokes.
Tell your little sister, or your big sister, to get out of here. Is there... This feels like a trap. Hey, there's things under there. Special discount. Place that with the Hacker's Delight. And we'll go do the thing. Yeah? Yeah.
Yet somehow expected to subscribe to the same model of self-interest. Ryan could be staggeringly naive. As individuals, no matter how brilliant, each was a prisoner to his or her own ego, a sea of dreams in constant flux. But
yeah, is that true?
Their genes remain, ready to be tested against a moral vessel. Utopia cannot precede the utopian. It will exist the moment we are fit to occupy it.
Alright, come here. Come over here. Can you stop? There we go. Didn't need to do that just yet, did I? As I'm thinking about it, I still have a little sister on me. Hey kid, you cool with just sitting here for a little while? While I go do some stuff. I wish we could. Look, we got two shoulders. We got two big, broad shoulders, right? And I wanna like get as much Adam as I possibly can. I'm just afraid that I'm gonna have to do the fight again if I leave her be. I don't think I do. Where's there? I think as long as it's in the same area, we should be fine, right? Want me to go across that way? We can do that in a minute. Okay. We got a turret. Can I grab you? Can I hack you? Top off. Buy more rivets for now. We'll put her down. Put her away afterwards. And then grab the other little sister. Because yeah, while I don't want to necessarily do like a full like 100% run on this game, I do want to try and like rescue all the little sisters. Ouch. Ouch. Who's shooting me? My turret! My turret is hitting me! That's who hitting me! Okay. Not nunchucks. Ready to go? Let's go. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, can we... Not that. I want to pick up some stuff. Let's pick up and go. What else can we do? Okay, I gotta take her Okay, that hurt apparently. That's fine. Really glad that there was a body that had Adam on it in here, because I was concerned that if we went too far away, another Big Daddy would come and take the little sister. Come on. We move on very quick. Also, check out what we can do. Kinda like that. Repair and name friendly bots and turrets by interacting with them. I like the fire. I like that first aid kits give me Eve. We'll just stop spamming on the alcohol. It's fine. Headshot, security evasion. Medical. Oh, I want that though. I want everything. Can I have everything? Consider. Let's get Electro Bolt. We use it a lot. Winter Blast, maybe? We'll do Cyclone Trap.
Set traps for unsuspecting enemies. Lure your foes into deadly ambushes.
Great! Great! You want me to go into the orphanage now. Understood. No? Temple of the Lamb. Understood.
Each of you know the child of the Lamb. Through Adam, our souls shall pass into her holy blood and will be reborn as a single immaculate body.
Get out of here. I'm stuck in a wall. This is fine. I can't see you? I can't see? This is fine. Right? Oops. It's fine. I wanted to hack that before I bought anything, but that's fine. There we go. Just want to search the splicers.
Andrew Ryan left us wandering, confused, and alone amongst yesterday's wreckage. But Sophia Lamb shows us that we are not alone. We are together as a family. So when you see a man brought to his knees, recognize that he is your brother and pull him up. Sophia Lamb teaches us what is in common is good. What is irreducible is right. She guides us all to the indivisible along a river of Adam. Rapture's daughter, Eleanor, shall be our vessel.
Gotta love cult mentality.
Reborn.
Hey! Give me all of the things that are in here, please.
Until Adam, the human animal was a slave to the gene.
Oops.
The inner tyrant. Lust, greed, rage,
Oops.
self-obsession was etched into our DNA. We were not pulling the great chain of progress, as Ryan believed, but shackled to it.
Again.
But now,
Calculated move. Now I have bots.
draft the human blueprint. Serving the common interest can become as natural as breathing. The tyrant will simply go extinct.
It's Carla and Garth. My friends. My good bot friends. Okay. Are you shitting me? Please. Please. I'm stuck on a corner again. This is tragic. I just want what's in there. That's all. Excuse me, Carla. You gotta get out of my way, bot friend. Why am I so bad at these? It's fine, I'm sure. We got it. Was it worth it? Absolutely not. You wanna do the item now? Okay, ma'am. I thought the bots were enemies for a second. Okay. Oh, those are trap rivets I'm using. Whoops. Hey, 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 hey! Woof! I need everything to calm down, please, and thank you. A bot mitzvah? Bot mitzvah? It's good. It's a good one. Oh, no. No, no, no. Don't deactivate. Reactivate. Where's my other bot? Hey, Garth? Do you want some healing, Garth? I can use some Eve on y'all. That's acceptable and fine. You deserve it, buddies. We love our bots here. Even if they are dumb and get in my way sometimes, we still love them. Alright, this is our last... Yeah, this is our last little sister. Good.
It wears a hide of iron, and its hands are dead.
Also... Oh god, what do I want? Probably shotgun clip size? Allows 6 shots before reloading. Yes! We could only do 2 before now. This is beautiful.
Be ye soldier of the ground or angel of the sky, we must stand fast and send it howling back to hell.
The way I constantly deactivate my own bots because they are in the way. Ugh! It's just a bad bot. Where are my boys? There they are. I am greedy, and I will continually do this. Even if I'm bad at it. Because I want the things. There we go. Let's go. probably reload as well. My bot exploded. Where are they? Let's go. That's my boy now. Maybe. Yeah, that's my boy now. Ouch. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that spring trap is very good. Okay, let's take a moment. And just purchase some items real fast. Dude! There we go. Come here. Come here. There we go. We did it!
Pump control ought to be in the back. One thing though, once you transfer the suction to Dionysus Park, we've got a tiny window of opportunity to get you inside. I don't have much air left, but I'll hang in there. You make sure you're ready before you throw that switch.
Understood. Got that pep bar. Let's buy another couple of those. Ow. Shoulder, please. I am just gonna buy as much drill fuel as I can get. I really like the drill, and I didn't have an issue before about having enough at any given time, but I am now using it way more often. And we kind of need all of the drill fuel.
Hallowed Savior and anointed vessel, whose blood with our blood, sin with our sin, mind with our minds, life with our life, lifts us up from the depths, transcends base temptation, and delivers us all from ego.
Okay.
Commend ourselves to the new and unknown, born by our common strength and guided by the Lamb.
Bad. Where is our last body? Oh, I should probably check out the orphanage, shouldn't I? So we, like, haven't gone in there at all. We are going to be walking quite a distance, aren't we? Where are you going?
She doesn't like you. Hello.
No. Where? Where? Not me constantly getting lost. Hey, Bono! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can she be done now? I am stuck in the corner. I am actually stuck in the wall. Oh. That's cool. Do your lurk thing. We appreciate you being here. I have to do it again. Oh my god. I do have to do it again, don't I? Please. Okay, where is the Circus of Value? I need more health. I always need more health. Never, ever having enough health. Okay, this is not ideal. Maybe I don't try and control the Big Daddy, because he takes that as me being aggressive even though I'm not attacking him. Please.
Here's the angel.
What's back here? It's a lockbox, okay. What do we... He gets so upset about it! So dang upset! And it's like, bud, I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm just trying to get you to take care of the splicers for me, that's all. Hi, stars! Yeah! We got rid of the blonde. All done with it. Finally got the energy to finish doing my hair. I want this. No, I want the electricity, and I want a rivet gun. How's it going, though, friend? How are you doing? Oh.
Who watches over sleeping angels? I do.
Cute baby. This is gonna take forever. Go fight for me. Go fight for me. Actually. Nice! We love jambalaya here. If I can just get all of these splicers to fight each other instead of fighting me, that would be wonderful. Okay. Get out of here, bad guys! You done? Let's go.
Are we gonna be together again, Dad?
Okay, well, jambalaya takes ages, but it's so worth it. I love jambalaya so much. Okay, good. We finished. We finished with all the little sisters. Perfect. This is great. This is great. We're doing so great. Great, 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 great. Great, 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 great. We also have enough of this to get some new stuff. Let's go ahead and upgrade Incinerate.
Now you're cooking. Charge
Nice,
up
nice,
with an
nice.
explosive blast.
Hey, you can't jump over that. Okay, I understand. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Oh no, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this fight. I forgot big sisters show up. Okay, well, this is gonna be interesting. Ah! That's the place to do the fight, though. Great. Good. So we have our camera over here. Let's buy a couple of those. Not me panicking. Hey, Big Daddy, you want to fight for me? I am stuck. I'm like actually stuck. That wasn't that bad, actually. Those rocket spears, very good. We like rocket harpoons. Noted. I like that all the blood looks like jam. That's my favorite. This is where the blood jam thing started for Emmy and me. Was we played BioShock and we were just like, why does it look like all of the blood is just broken jars of jam? Hi. We love blood jam here. Okay, is there anything else cool? Nah, just a bunch of goobers. Understood. Aww.
I'm all alone here, Mr. Diary. You're my whispering friend. A doctor keeps coming to see me. He says Rapture needs me, and tomorrow I'll be leaving with him. I ask why, and he just smiles. I'm not an orphan. Mum's alive somewhere, and Aunt Gracie is still probably looking for me. But I can't wait for them. I'm going to escape and find Amir, and we'll steal a submarine. Before it's tomorrow, I'll know what sunshine feels like.
Aww. Okay. Ouch. Can y'all let me out? Whoa!
Sissy. Fight fair, you bully.
They're yelling at me to fight fair. And yet they locked me in a room. Okay. Alright, whatever you say, buddies. Damn it. I either get it or I don't. There's no in between with those. Alright, let's collect some stuff. Get the things, get out of here. Assuming I can walk properly. And I think we might take a couple-minute break as soon as I finish this particular level, because I need to use the restroom. And where are you leading me? Arrow. We have been streaming for about an hour 40. But we'll, like I said, we'll finish up this level first, since we are very nearly at the end. It's gonna be great. Also, it's Buddy from the first game. Dang. I also need to stretch my shoulder because it is angry. I took all my other meds today, but I forgot to take my pain meds. Whoops. So maybe I'll do that during break. Let's collect as much stuff as we possibly can. And then get out of here. Can I look in these? No. No, no, no.
Do you think me a tyrant, Delta? Vying for control of a dead man's dream?
Yes.
The city is nothing. Rapture must die so that Eleanor may rise from its body.
They knew. They knew. Stars, I think it's time for you to redo your hair.
Damn, overloading the pumps. The place is coming down.
Oh.
Get to Dionysus Park.
I'm getting. I always encourage people to do their hair. Always. It's never a bad idea. Woo!
Subject Delta, I want you to commit this moment to memory for me. This howling, brutish slog through the dark. This is who we are.
Okay, ma'am.
Get out of there, kid!
I'm going as fast as I can, Sinclair. Listen. We are running. We are hurrying. I am going. Why? Arrow, where are you taking me? Okay, this is fine. If you do your hair, what color would you do it? Ouch. This is fine. Keep going, buddy. Let's go.
Look, Delta. It is the world for which you strive. You, alone among the dead.
boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh. Ooh. That could be really cool. I'm here for it. But also there's a big sister. Hi, I see you. Bye. I don't see you. Okay. Great. Great. Hi, Ems. I love you too. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna take a short break. Because I need to stretch my shoulder and use the restroom. Oh no, not cramps. Good, I'm glad you're taking it easy though. It's not fun. I hope they get better soon. Also, I hit space. Game. Alright. We are gonna take a short break. Like I said, hold on, let me get everything set up. It'll be a few minutes, because like I said, I need to take my medication, I need to stretch, and I need to use the restroom. So, do your thing. We'll be back. I love y'all. Alright. Didn't take quite as long as I was expecting to, but that's okay. I think that's just fine. Fine. Okay. Let me get resituated over here. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I have to do before we play some more. So shall we play some more? Let's do the thing. Let's make the thing happen. Oh, hold on a second. Sometimes my windows get buried, and I need them to not.
Dionysus Park was owned by Sophia Lamb, Chief. Sort of a private retreat for her social experiments. One night it flooded, killing all her guests. Papers said it was cult-related. Come on up to the train station. Let's rendezvous.
This fish is invincible. You cannot kill the fish. I don't need to do anything with the gene bank. Really? Really? It's gonna lock me out, just like that. What are these bats? Oh, it's okay. Okay, I remember. Hello? I want in there. I want in there. Ghost pepper does tend to be a little spicy. It's got that good heat to it. I love super spicy, super hot food, but that could just be me. I'm just gonna keep teleporting everywhere. Okay. Hey. Let's get her out of here. Goodbye!
Attention! Subject Delta has drained and infiltrated Dionysus Park. His death is our rebirth. The life of the People's Daughter is in your hands.
You would think that, since I just drained this place, nobody would be here, right? Prior to Lamb's call, so, like, what's this lady doing here? Okay. I just wanted to double check that there wasn't anything else I could, like, do. Okay, we're gonna use that. Again, I just want to kind of check. No. Okay, moving on. Maybe she had gills. It wouldn't, you know what, with as much gene fucking around as these people have done, that wouldn't be that shocking.
Yep, yours truly is the newest member of the Rapture family.
Family?
Wails a line about how the Tribune was stopping me from telling the people what's what, and without a word, he hands me an invite to this artist retreat here at the park. Lamb bought my Frustrated Novelist Act. She's even sponsoring me to ink it while I'm here. Except my story's all about her. And I don't think she's gonna like the way it ends.
That sounds rude. I thought I had messed that last one up. There's another health kit there.
Oh my, yes. If you enjoy slime and muck, it's utterly divine.
Yeah, bloody fucking die.
Listen, princess. Next time you eat out of the trash, I want you to think of me.
A lady's got to have...
Oops. I just want to pick up the spears.
Oh, you'll love this. Just adore it.
We're just gonna crouch. Boop. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Can you imagine somebody not noticing a Big Daddy just like creeping around? Even if they are crouched and like trying to move quietly, you'll still hear the like bump, bump, bump of them wandering. I think it's cute. Maybe that's just me. Also, aww, aww. Look at him. He's doing yoga. Stretching out.
As it ought to be, not as it is damned to be by some spasm of the lower mind.
There's some stuff happening in there.
I shall not censor.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
However, if the case we are building against her
Oops.
proves true, I will return with a sledgehammer.
Oh, fuck. Well... gotta find the bot control. There it is. Maybe I don't need whatever I was trying to hack. Wow. Marcus! Marcus! Damn. Marcus and Michael! Right? Sorry, I just saw the comment about the sounds it would make.
Well, the good news is
Be so
I've
good.
located a new train car, but the station's still locked down, and we're not alone in here. I see a shadow in the security booth.
So
I'll lay low
good.
while you have a gander.
Alright, buddy. Health upgrade, Eve upgrade, Gene tonic. And that's all we'll do for now. We got 3 little sisters in the area, all of whom we will probably wait until...
Well, hello,
I mean, I keep
boys.
saying that.
The name's Stan Poole, Rapture Tribune. Quality paper. Before the locals
Hi,
stopped
buddy.
reading and started finding other uses for it. Anyway, I'm looking to cut a deal, fellas. Come by the train station. I'm here in the booth.
Okay, Stanley.
I found her. Found Cindy by this rusted carousel. But she was just standing there, staring, waiting for the music. And she doesn't even recognize me. What have they done to her? Listen to her.
The man in the moon and the girl, Mr. Bubbles.
Listen. If anyone hears this, I have to know how to cure her. No! Get back! She's my little girl!
Yikes. Sounded like it went very well for him.
I'm above it. Is someone in the hall? The bank.
I got your mind. You were thinking about taking it off with your hand. Why would you throw...
Take it all.
Okay.
Dionysus Park was my home, Delta. An experiment in social unity, cut short by human folly. You dishonor its memory with every step.
Good. I hate it here.
Now that, see, Lamb knows you're here, but I'm incognito. Thing is, since you drained out the park, the little sisters are already starting to nose around, looking for Adam, and I can't have that.
What was that? Those wiggles, though. 30 seconds. Nope, nope, they found us. Nope, they found us. Oh, boy. Okay, this is fine. This is all fine. Hey, Sylvie! How's it going? How are you doing? How are things? This is fine. It's fine. Why would you think it's not fine? It's all actually fine and okay. Listen. Listen. We're gonna top off on those. Let's get us some solid slugs. And let's do an upgrade. Nice. We support all of the creative endeavors. Excuse me while I start yawning. I'm doing pretty alright. I'm a little sleepy today. But like in the good way, I got some rest last night, so we're just kind of... we're pretty happy about things. But yeah, welcome in. Do I want machine gun or shotgun damage? Let's go shotgun. We love us some shotgun damage here. Fucking hell. Alright, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. Oh, that was very good! I love my shotgun. I love my shotgun.
Take this, father, and hurry. Mother can't hear this, but she's looking right at me. And her face.
Is this a grenade launcher? It is! You love to see it. I love my shotgun so much. Like, I think, generally speaking, in most video games, as long as there's a shotgun, I am pleased. I love shotguns. Best weapons. Hand down. Hands down. I am also just the person who's like, I don't know, I like, in video games, I like snipers, and I like shotguns. So I can be very, very far away and do my stuff, or be very, very, very close and just end people. We're here for it. Michael and Marcus are fixed up. We've healed them. Is there anything else here? No. Nothing else here. Not a thing. Alright. Samuel! Talk to me, buddy. Stanley,
okay,
not
so
Samuel.
Dead men
I don't know what your
tell
name
no
is, it's fine.
tales, right? Wrong. See, with Adam involved, every stiff's got a story. And Lamb knows how to read it. If stuff makes it back to her,
Facts,
I'm an obituary. So,
at that point, you just run in there and hope that people get scared that you're just rushing in.
Get rid of the little sisters for me.
You know?
Your way. Do that, and I'll unlock the station here. Scout's honor.
Okay, never mind. I guess we're gonna take care of the little sisters now.
Well, I'd say he's hiding something, but he sort of took the fun out of that one. He's locked in the security booth, however, so we'll have to play along. Find those sisters.
Gonna do it! Great! Ma'am, I saw you. I see you! Where is she going? Okay. How do you miss missed with the shotgun. You're supposed to be right there. I mean, I say that. I also just missed with the shotgun. It's fine. Don't think about it too hard, actually. What game was it we were playing? Evil Within. We were playing the Evil Within not too long ago, and there was... I don't know, the hitbox is, like, super weird with that one. Fuck. Oh my gosh! There we go. Great. So like if an enemy was like way too close to you and you were using a shotgun, you would just shoot over their shoulder even if you were aiming directly at them, and it was so frustrating all of the time. Because it's like, Sebastian, buddy, you gotta do better than this. You gotta do better than this. He wouldn't. He didn't have to. There were also the Jam Babies in that one. Maybe that's what we'll do on the weekends. Because that's a mouse and keyboard game for me. Maybe that's what we'll do instead of The Last of Us. Until I'm sated with Elden Ring. Yeah, the game with the ground wormies. Yup. You're more accurate when you're far away because you got a little more time to line that shot up. You don't have to panic nearly as much because, oh god, he's here in my face. I understand. Oh, nope, that's what I wanted. That one. That one! I really liked The Evil Within, despite some of my complaints about how some of it ran. I did really enjoy it. Again, I like doing both, like, close range and distance fighting. I get it. I support both builds. No magic, only punching, I say as we can tell. Do you like getting up in here and just punching everything? Sometimes you just gotta hit a thing. You know? Okay. Don't need the alcohol that's everywhere. Sometimes you just gotta bonk! Bonk! What was that? Don't need any of it, but I'm gonna eat it anyway. What? Yeah. I'm already, so like I am playing Elden Ring right now, right? And I am determined to finish the game that I have, but I already kind of want to start another run and do a magic build. So we'll see when that happens. So I might just like play games like play the multiple sessions like together.
Pictures. Real cute. Now get rid of the muscle and deal with her.
Get him for me, buddies. Get him for me, buddies. Oh. This is great. There we go. That is so loud.
Nicer than other daddies.
I am so madly in love with Elden Ring. It's so good.
Smart. See? You put it to work, and all that Adam ends up in you.
I'm
But
super
you're
enjoying
sort of a
it.
silent partner.
I hope you get more time to play it sometime soon, though, Sylvie. Slash, have you been, That's true, the louder the boom, the more damage. We should... I might turn it down, depending on how loud it is. Also, I can only imagine how, like, wild taking some of, like, Elden Ring memeage out of context is. No, it's so good. I love it so much. Totally understand why, like, some other folks might not dig on it and stuff, but I think it's so good. Yeah. I've been really enjoying, like, the open world aspect of it.
The genius of Sophia Lamb is a thing of empathy, a profound...
As somebody who just likes the Souls games in general.
A kind of secular saint.
Alright.
But dividing her loyalty evenly across the world at large spreads it so thin as to be invisible to some. Love, I have found, is beneath her. Naturally, Ryan arrested her, gave her to Sinclair to incarcerate somewhere. But upon her escape, she took the city and changed my life forever.
Yikes! Come on. Do we ever think that Bloodborne's coming to PC? It's been how long? We've been waiting how long? My guy. There we go. I know! I would love... There's so much happening right now. I would love for Bloodborne to come to PC. So much. I would love that. Like, I have it for the PlayStation. Stop. Get out of here. I'm talking. That's splicers. This is not great. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. But yeah, I just want it. I just want any and all. I need them all on all systems, please. Please. But yeah, despite owning it on PC already, I would on PlayStation already, I would purchase it on PC. Okay, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I don't want to be here anymore.
You mistake my nature, Delta. I wish no Adam for myself. Eleanor is the dream.
Not on Game Boy.
Needs neither weapons
Horrible.
nor parlor tricks.
How wild. I mean, I guess there are people who play it on, like, Guitar Hero controllers. Wild. Absolutely wild. What is happening? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is it. We're gonna die. But yeah, it'd be wild. But just to have it on like all of the modern systems now would be really nice. me. Fill up on those. Buy some frag grenades. Let's do a couple of remote, well, I guess just the one remote hack, I suppose. And more shotgun ammo. Hey. No. No, that's not for you. Excuse. Alright, let's get some Adam. I know. Let's go, baby.
As I say, young miss.
Where? Let's get out of here. This seems way louder than it was earlier. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry. Am I just being like... Am I just hearing things? This feels much louder. That's only mildly better. Get him out of here. Whoa! Hey! Alright, kiddo, let's go. Pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up. I would like... Get out of here. Fill that up, please. I am stuck on things. Let's put the kid away. Goodbye, child.
Father, this Adam you found contains memories from all the bodies here. Normally, only a little sister can see them, but I can show you what Stanley's trying to hide. When Mother was taken away, Stanley was left in charge of Dionysus Park. He spent all her money through these mad parties. It was like he was trying to ruin her.
Of course he was. Ugh, okay.
You okay there? Keep your eye on the brass ring, brother. Find the rest of the sisters.
We need to wander around. I know there's a map. Not a great map. It's not a fantastic map. I mean, it's fine. I want to go over here. So we can go to the Gatherer's Garden. Because I think we might have enough to level up some stuff, maybe?
Subject Delta's just a serial number, amigo. I did a lot of digging on you for a feature once. They used to call you Johnny Topside. Found the city all on your own in a diving bell. Real shame what they did to you.
Is this not where I'm supposed to be? I am taking the long way to the Gatherer's Garden. That's fine. I suppose that's fine. I love this game. This series as a whole. The aesthetic. Perfect. Done that one. Okay. Let's go. I do want to, like I said. Give me all of the things, please, and thank you. Great. Great. Can we hustle, though, towards the Gatherer's Garden? I like how my trap is still here that I threw down ages ago. Carousel, is this where? It is. Okay, we have 220. Gene tonic slot. I know I keep, like, just getting the slots for now, but I think it's worth it. Even if I don't have things to fill it up with just yet. I like how the drunk effect is delayed. I will in a minute, but I'm a little drunk. And I can't tell where he is. There he is. Oh, there's two of them there! This is not great. This is less than ideal. Hey! I have the wrong... There we go. Okay, you're mine now. I'm really glad that this is the one that had the little sister, because when it popped up with that message, I was like, oh no. Oh no, I've chosen wrong. We've done it bad. We did it just fine, actually. I would like some of these. Proximity mine's fine. Do you want as many remote hacks as I can get? Honestly, though, there's too many baddies here. I can't tell which one is the real one.
Listen, there's a hell of a structural flaw here in Dionysus Park. A leak in the primary drainage pipeline could flood this whole joint. Faulty pressure locks would seal in every sorry soul. One clumsy Big Daddy knocks open the wrong pipe and, hey presto, Lamb's little art show turns into Fish City. God forbid the wrong element finds out.
Not Fish City. Not Fish City! Okay. Let's... I probably should have set this all up beforehand, but that's fine. It's fine. I'm ready. Yikes. Okay. Y'all could stop kicking me. I would love that. Oof. Great. go. Time to run. Let's get out of here. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and do this. If I can manage to get the blue bit in the hacking, then I can get a free med kit. And I go through med kits very quickly, as we have seen. So the more I have, the better. I was certain that I was gonna mess that one up. I haven't had to really buy any Eve syringes, like, at all this game, so I don't mind just buying a few of them. Can you imagine? Dr. Big Daddy. No one's just calling me Mr. Bubbles anymore. I'm actually Dr. Bubbles. Get it correct. You gotta get it right. I earned this title. Our daddy doctor. I trust Daddy Doctor. Okay. Lamb's Garden? Have I been here? I have been here. This is kind of where we just were. That's fine. Call me Dr. Bubbles. Actually... could just buy Insect Swarm. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Summon a swarm of insects. Laugh as they
That looks very quiet now. I gotta do it for the bees! For the bees! For the bees!
Someone there? Why me? Always me.
The bees are so dumb, but I love the bees. Like, they're not particularly good, but I love them. The bees deserve better than what they got. Okay. Did I actually open this, or did I give up on it? I gave up on it. That's why I gave up on it. You know what? That's fine. This is fine. I meant to get the auto hack one out, but I stopped paying attention. Oh, come here. Come on.
I'm always safe with Dad.
Yeah, always safe. Let's go with that. Let's try this one more time. This time with the proper tool. Imagine that. The proper tool actually helping me accomplish the thing I want to do. Where am I? It's
bees?
Bees? We got bees. I guess I should probably actually go this way because there was some Adam over here, wasn't there? Lead the way! Lead the way! I am still determined at some point, when I have the extra cash, to get me a bee tattoo to commemorate all the ridiculous bees that we've seen in all of the horror games that we've played. Think it needs to happen. There it is.
Here it is.
Yeah, that's what I just said, kid.
Sunshine means angels.
Where's the other man? Wow, that was loud! Right? I think bee tattoos are also very cute. But I don't know, I don't necessarily want like... I mean, it's gonna be cute anyway, but I kind of want like a goofy looking bee. It's not just any bee. But I would love it. I want to get it done at some point. I just gotta get the money. Gotta have the money first. But I have too many other things that need money. So it's gotta wait. Oh, I didn't actually want to buy that, but okay. That's fine. That's fine. I wish there was a different button to activate shops. Especially since I usually like go in and just like spam the action button to like collect stuff, and I don't think I'm alone in that. If I am, I'll, you know, it's fine. Oh, I'm supposed to take her back to a tub, a portal. I understand. Where? Here we go. Get out of here, kiddo. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
That's me there. I confronted Stanley. Said I'd tell Mother what he had done. He panicked. Took me away and sold me to an orphanage. I tried to fight back. I remember biting his hand, but... Father, he's the reason I was turned into a little sister.
Oh no! Whatever will we do? Not that. Not that. This is fine. Alright. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas for tattoos that I want. Not even ideas, like full plans for tattoos that I want, but...
Now, you were just a deep-sea explorer with iron cojones, pal. The public gave it a nickname, but Ryan was sure you were a spook, so his people locked you up, erased your damn name. Goodbye, Johnny Topside. Hello, Subject Delta.
Okay, let's see. I've gone the wrong direction entirely. This is not where I need to be at all. Let's go.
When all this is over and we're divvying up Rapture's bounty, you and I'll be holding court on a private island, son. Think of it. Each world power on bended knee, holding a bouquet made of money.
The girls you've saved from Mother want to thank you. Check the Gatherer's Garden.
There's a lot happening all at once. Hey! Hello. Also, one more little sister. Understood. Demanding father. If your little helpers keep getting interrupted while gathering, tell them to get a move on with their demanding father tonic. Yes! Gather that faster! Please and thank you. Let's get hypnotized too. Big Daddies and Bruce can be befriended. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. I see.
Need a friend. Charge up to charm your enemies. Warning, not all friendships are made to last.
Understood. Sorry, stretching my poor shoulder. Calling a friend with the added ability to summon bots. Kinda like that. I kinda like that. Let's get more friends.
Man,
Perfect. Okay, where are we going? Where to next?
Adam is Rapture Delta, the finest minds of paradise in a single sublime mosaic. Eleanor, consider the genius you deny her with every stolen drop.
I'm stuck on a thing. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. This seems fine and normal. Bees. Okay. Give me all of your goods. I need to find... Hi, Kim! How are you doing? How's it going? Oh. I have been spotted. This is an issue. Do I... Thank ya. This isn't what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Finally decided to fix my hair. There's that one. Where's the other one? Oh no! Well, I'm glad it works on mine. I hope it gets better for ya. Hotel internet is garbo. But yeah, welcome in. We're happy to have you here. I'm stuck. What am I stuck on? Give me the things, please. Not too long then. Good, good.
Who'd have thought? Rapture. Paradise of the continent, man. I gotta keep revising the Atlas voice. I figure the accent gives me an excuse to lock myself in a room with a bottle and count the cash. War's on in full now, boy. And I've got
This is not ideal. This is not what I wanted. It, like, just stopped paying attention for a hot second there. No idea what was happening. This is fine. That's not what I wanted to do. None of this is what I wanted to do. That's okay. Did I get it? I didn't. There we go. There we go. Are we good? We all good? Doesn't seem like we're doing great. Alright, that's fine. Let's pick up all the stuff. Can I not? Okay. Hardy machines. Put that bad boy right there. Okay. Well, look. Three. I don't have any hacking anything left. Oh, this is a problem. Okay. Well... They keep dinging at me and I keep thinking they're dinging at me? And not at all the enemies that just decided to show up? So that's fun. Hey, hey, hey. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Nope, this is fine. It's actually okay. No! It's a mess here. That's fine. Well, I found the bot shutdown, finally. Right as it ends. This is perfectly fine. We do have some auto hack tools now, though. That's great. I am so bad at these safes. Just keeps us on our toes. It's fine, right? Did that just give me 6 auto hacks? Oh, that's nice. We're happy with that. That's okay. It can keep doing that for me. Alright. We need to find another little sister. And she should be somewhere over here. Hold on. There is Circus of Value, and I would like to get some health kits. This one has not been hacked. There we go. And then we'll do that. And it's all good and fine. Why were you even worried? We got this handled.
There she is. Get her. I hope that bodyguard ain't one of your long losts.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Oh, please. There we go. There we go. We're doing it. We're doing it. Give me your stuff. Give me your things. Fuck. Couldn't figure out where it was. Don't worry, we're gonna be fine, kiddo. What does this do? Significantly decreases cost of plasmids? Oh. I mean, I like my drill. But I also like having access to all my other things too. So that's a no-go.
Sweating me to prove this place is a closet commune. But I need time. Lamb's kid keeps staring me down like she knows that I'm a phony. I keep thinking of Johnny Topside though. It took real guts to find Rapture like he did.
Okay.
Easier not to crack if I sort of imagine that I'm him. It's a good thing I can't tell Lamb that though. She'd probably say I got a secret need to fall into his arms and make a wild whoopee or something.
Let's do the thing. Oh, if we could all just stop wait for a minute, that would be cool. Just a moment, please. Just a minute, please. I need a second to figure out what's going on. Alright. Maybe it's machine gun time. Just for a little bit. Just for a moment. Give me that. I do need to buy more health kits.
Over there.
Where? Right there. Okay.
We found it.
Let's pick up some more med kits. And let's gather some more Adam. My nose is itchy. Where is... There it is. Come on! Spider Splicer, please. All done! So fast! So fast! Okay. Perfect. I need to find...
Through Adam,
port for her to go
Eleanor will
through.
become the daughter of the people. A true
Which
utopian.
is
Brilliant
somewhere...
beyond measure, but utterly selfless. As she ascends, Delta, you and I will seem as dogs, circling and snarling amid the afterbirth.
Okay, Lamb. Whatever you say, ma'am. Can we... What do we got? What do we got? Let's do... Let's get the better swarm.
Release a nastier swarm. Snicker as they seek out one enemy after another.
Beautiful. And... Keen Observer... Ooh, health stations also refill your Eve. Let's get the medical expert. 'Cause you don't really need... I'm not really using the research stuff, so we'll get rid of that. And then... Let's do Careful Hacker. Oops. I don't know where I put that, and I need to check. Which one did I get rid of? Firestorm's kind of cool. I like this. Moving faster is nice, but not necessary. Yeah, Proud Parent is what I got rid of, and I want to keep that because I like getting the extra Atom. So... Where is... There it is. Get on in there. I think that's the last little sister here, though. Which is exciting. Gotta move that out of the way.
With me gone, Father, Stanley just let Mother's followers turn into animals. When word came that she was returning, he knew they would blame him. So he found a way to silence them all. And now he's trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
That's it. Now all that old dirt stays underground, and Lamb will be none the wiser. Hey, come on back. I've unlocked the train for you. But remember, if Lamb catches you, mum's the word.
Woo! Sorry, I'm wiggling my shoulders a little bit. Alright.
Delta, our conflict of interest seems to be upsetting Eleanor. For her sake, I have made it clear to these men that you are not to suffer. I accept full responsibility for any anger you may experience before you die.
Oh, where is she? Can you get out of my way, ma'am?
Doc Lamb's turning up the heat, Chief. Head on back to the train station. Let's hit the trail.
Let's go! Not entirely prepared for this fight, but that's okay. Let's go. She has too much health! I am stuck in a corner. I am stuck in a corner. Bam! Where? There it is. Dang. Dang. Thought I could get to my rockets fast enough, but that was not the case. Oh, do I have to do that all over again? Is her health still down? I think it's still down a little bit. Yeah. She's back to full health. No, she's not. Okay. We can make this work. Get out of here. Yikes. Okay, is that everything? Ah! Ma'am. Get out of here. No! No, 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 no! We're gonna die! We're gonna die. It's gonna be bad. We're gonna die. Please, maybe, let's not consider. There has to be a health kit somewhere, right? You would think. Just harpoons. And rivets. Things that I don't need, basically. This is fine. It's gonna be fine. Game, I don't need a hint. I need health. What I need is healing. Consider. Let's also get more. Let's get more of that. Let's get some of that. Let's get some of this. Perfect. Perfect. Give me that. Okay, this is a little better. I would still love some health kits, but you know what? At least we're full on health for now. So that's exciting. There's our Circus of Value. It's only the one, but better than none. Alright, what's next? Stanley, I gotta do a murder on you, buddy. Okay?
Subject Delta. I have known for years of Stanley's betrayal here, and had forgiven him. But in compromising Eleanor now, he seals his fate. You see, it was Stanley who turned you into Ryan. He is responsible for what you have become. The security booth is open now. You may have your revenge.
Sweet Jesus. Lamb knew? And she just let me hang myself out the... Oh, God. No. Come on, pal. The train's ready. Just let me live.
We're not gonna kill no one.
I swear it wasn't personal, okay? Don't, please.
No, we'll let him go. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. It's fine. You think we're gonna finish this today? I don't remember how much is left, but it kind of feels like we're getting there, right? Okay, let's go.
This is it, Chief. End of the line. If I'm right, Eleanor's mama's using Adam to force all Rapture's minds and memories into the poor girl. Lamb reckons it'll make that child a saint. Now, Eleanor's in a deep, dark place beneath Fontaine headquarters, and to keep you alive, we need to sneak in and find her.
Okay.
This facility belongs to the city, to Ryan Industries, at least until the riot subsides. While it is unfortunate that such measures had to be taken,
Andrew Ryan,
I must admit, it is gratifying to see this building condemned. Fontaine is gone, Lamb is gone, or close enough. I am alone at last, alone with my city.
okay, Ryan. How'd that work out for you, buddy? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I guess I'm just like not, I don't know how much is left, you know? Damage research. Okay, let's ignore that for now. Like, we got this, but
October
also
9th, 1967. Hello. My name is Gilbert Alexander. And by the time you hear this, I will be clinically insane. I am recording these diaries in advance as a last-ditch effort to assist anyone I might threaten in dealing with me. My next message awaits you beyond the security checkpoint. The bioscan will ensure that you're sane enough to need it.
Okay. Okay.
Gil Alexander. As I recall, he was involved in Big Daddy development from the beginning. Likely had something to do with you and Eleanor, son.
Let's go. Let's go. Adam. He's just a little fish. He's just a little fishy guy. Just a little fishy bud. We love them. Deep sea creatures, yo. Wild. Alright, cycle that out. Let's go. Get in here. You're fired. So says the wall. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. I forgot about this man. Like, I remember bits and pieces of this, but I forgot about him specifically. Oh! I was trying to... Whoa! 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 Excuse! All I heard is, oh my god, bees! Where is she? Get out of here, guy. Where? Where, though? They keep going where I hate Houdini splicers so much. Like, genuinely hate them. They're such a pain in the ass to keep track of. They move too often. They have those stupid flame spells or whatever. Stop! Also, we're so slow. Yikes. Yikes. That's okay. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Stop. Hey! This is... Oh, different weapon. Maybe trying to shoot guys from a distance with a shotgun. Not the best move. Imagine. That's much better.
Alex the Great? Oh, hell, that has to be Gil Alexander. Same man who left that message we're following. He sounds mad as a March hare now.
I mean, he did say that that's what was gonna happen. We're not... Sinclair, we're not shocked about this. And if we are, we should reconsider how intently we're listening to people. Because he did mention... He did kind of say...
Initiating bioscan. Identifying clearance level.
Let me through.
Identified. Clinical trial subject. Classification. Protector. Designation. Delta. Status. Deceased. Error. Updating status. Please stand by.
Not dead. Hi. Not dead. Do you think... We're all very bad at listening here. Do you think he can see our cards? I don't want to be... No, just let me through. Oh, okay, okay. I'm aware that I'm injured. Game, I do know. I do understand. Consider... I haven't had a chance to get to that Circus of Value that's right there. So maybe you wait a few seconds. I hadn't noticed. Thanks for telling me. This is not hacked, and this is a problem. Oh well. Consider. We got this. We're actually not worried about anything. We got this. We got this. It's actually totally okay and fine. That was just to keep y'all on your toes.
Hello again. I have been exposed to a massive dose of Substance Adam. By the time you hear this, I will have armed this facility's defenses en masse. You, my friend,
I just can't be bothered with those anymore.
Kill me. Please believe that if I could have done it myself... and on that cheery note, you may use the diary lying near this screen to bypass the Vogel print locks ahead and enter the security office. The password is Agnes Day.
Agnes Day! Perfect. Thank you for all the things.
Agnes Day.
Please see password to enter.
Agnes Day.
We're gonna be playing this a lot.
Access granted. Welcome, Gil Alexander.
Let's do it.
I heard that. My likeness is company property, Delta, just like you are. Don't make me strip you for parts, Millardo.
Do it. Fucking do it.
Please see password to enter.
I warned you. When you're life's a pain, weatherman says heavy rain. All you need, average Joe to Hercules. Stronger arm and sharper brain, that's why the future is haunted.
But I want in there. But I want in there.
Please speak clearly. Automatic deactivation for 60 seconds.
he's jamming the voice print lock with that awful crooning. See if you can find some way to sabotage his control of building security.
Okay.
Delta, you're dawdling. The security office is well above your pay grade. If you're so keen to help, the restrooms need a good scrub. Here's a clerk or two to help you along.
Hello? Oh, okay. Hi. Okay. Well... You got those big old... awful... terrible... Yikes. Yikes. Well, I hate those so much. Get him! Go! There we go. Those turrets are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I think they were part of the hack tool. I always forget that. I always forget it. And then it's just bad. Hello?
The tyrant looks upon the world, saying, "This is mine."
Ooh.
And by force or guile, he makes it so. To the tyrant, the whole of creation is held in the relative. Sun and moon revolve for him alone.
Yikes.
Even justice.
Right? No, same. That's why I always forget it as well. Because I'm like, it should be not my hack tool. Hack tool is not a weapon. And yet, they want to make it a weapon. All of a sudden, out of nowhere. That's fine. We will mini turret up a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, do the thing, kiddo. Let's go! I hear somebody stomping around. Oh. Come on, bud. Where? Come on. Kiddo, you're taking a real long time. You done yet? Be done now. It's time to be done now. Thank goodness. Let's go. Also, how many sisters do we have here? 3. Oh, I'm starting to regret wanting to do all of them. I'm gonna do it though, because I said I would. Because I want to get that achievement. That's it. That's all I want. Give me the Chivos. Okay. I don't want to eat the baby though, because I like them. And I do. It's not often that I feel bad about doing like the quote-unquote evil run in a game. But I do feel bad when you destroy the kids. I don't like it. Bad. And we've been doing so good so far.
Yes, congratulations. You've won a battle of wits with a home appliance.
Yeah, yes, sir. Okay, let's... Those turrets are ridiculously overpowered, honestly. Can I pick up the ones that I put down earlier? I don't think you can you? Like, they go away after a while. Okay, well, let's get the second body done while we're here. Let's go! I set her down? What the hell? There we go. But I want to put it back. Whoa! Shotgun is so dang loud. Now that I've upgraded it. Okay, this is fine.
Don't you dare touch that signal relay, Delta. Its value is 10 times your
Okay.
own.
I can put a Loudener on my shotgun. I got the increased damage on the shotgun, which then just made it like an actual proper boomstick. We took boomstick literally over here. But I want them. But I want them. Okay, let's get some of those. Don't need to buy a ton of those, because, like, we find so many. Alright, get out of here, kiddo. Ooh. Excuse me while I just, like, wiggle a bunch, too, as well. We're full of wiggles today! I think it's because my shoulder is just, like, ultra upset right now. Which is not fine, but it's fine.
I'm very disappointed in you, Delta. Destruction of a Fontaine asset is punishable by summary dismissal.
Fucking hell.
Shall I simplify that for you? Fired! Fired! Fired!
Well. Whoa, stop! Stop! Whatever, whatever. What is happening right now? I want to get in there? I thought I turned this off!
don't you? With your background? Ha! Do you know what class of person we chose for the Alpha series? Criminals, Delta. You'll be laughed out of the boardroom, out of the city!
Casey Wilson! Shoulder is getting better. I just forgot to take my meds this morning, that's all. And I did my exercises yesterday, but not as much as I should have. So I did it bad. It's fine. Yeah, I have just done it poorly. Upgrade.
Bigger friends, charge up to get Big Daddy on your side.
Oof. Great. 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 We're doing it. Look at us. Making it happen. Okay, yeah, I don't think we're gonna go the full 5 hours today. Look what I found! Look what I found! Ammo in the toilet. I have too much though, but it's here. Move. Casey, move. Oh my god, bots, move! It happened! Ammo in the turlet. You love to see it. Hey. In the toilet. Man, I'm celebrating here. You cannot... these bots have got to move. Holy crap. I need them to... It's nice. It's nice that they're protecting me while I take a piff. But I need them to give me a little bit of space. I'm shy. I can't pee when someone's listening. It happened, Fruity. There was ammo in the toilet. You can debate the semantics all you want, but it happens. I can't go in here. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't know that we're gonna go the full 5 hours today. But I'll definitely play for at least like the next half hour to an hour. That'll get us pretty dang close. It'll put us at like 4.5 hours. I'm still trying to get used to streaming that long for a game that's not Elden Ring. No, stop! Get me out of here! But yeah, probably just going to play more Elden Ring after this, honestly. I'm a little obsessed with it.
By his own son's hand. But far more interesting is the program of compulsion bred into his child.
We love it.
I designed that device, Delta. You followed it like an amorous baboon.
Give me... Where's my telekinesis? No. Bees go get. Bees go get. Bees are like dogs, right? Bees can do things that dogs can do. I gotta get over there, though. We gotta get over there, though. Okay. Listen, it's very important. I didn't realize I had the code for this one. 5254. I do love that it writes down the code for you as long as you've located it. Bees, or dogs with bees in their mouths that they shoot at you? Horrifying. They're all good boys, though. Let's put careful hacker there. Every last one of them. The dog and the bees. Sir. Oh, is it? Oh. Can I... I'm sorry. Can I... I meant to hit it with my electricity. This is an incinerate one, right? Ah! Casey, come here. Let me repair you. The dogs and the bees. Cute. Oh, what am I doing here? Nothing. I don't want to be here. This is not a thing that I want to do. Fuck! That... There we go. There we go.
Keep tinkering, you rank amateur. How long before you botch the job?
I mean, I've been botching a bud. Not the cat. I need to grab something that is not the cat. Okay. That's a butt! That's a butt right there! Sir! That's a butt! Look at all this stuff.
Adam Delta. One
Bahuki.
jab in the arm.
No, stop.
A hopeless underperformer can be employee of the month.
He does have the butt lump.
Is any of this familiar?
He got that butt lump.
The Rapture consumer is indebted to you, my boy. We ironed kink after kink out of our domestic plasmid on you right here. Well, let's see if you're staying competitive. Step on up and...
Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fontaine Futuristics invites you to shed your skepticism, evolve your expectations, and dissolve your doubt as we unveil the revolutionary power of our home defense plasmid series. May I have a
Clap.
audience? Come now, don't be shy. How about you, sir? No, he's positively rigid. Yuma, at the back. Oh, come on down. Let's give it a hand, folks. Volunteer. Oh, come now, gentlemen. She'll be off in
That was very good.
Come on down, all of you.
Okay, let's go. Get him, buddy!
A round of applause, please, for Subject Delta and the power of plasmids.
Oh boy. Is that it? Is that all? Oh.
Oh dear, Subject Delta. It looks like you've upstaged a fellow demonstrator, and he's here to steal the show. What
Well.
will Delta do
We'll just keep shocking him and then blowing him up. And that's it. Just that easy.
Still a winner, Delta. The tour was never the same without you. And to think you were so spliced you couldn't stand when we stuffed you into that getup. The Fontaine family retirement plan suits you to a T, my boy.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna heal up and grab that because it's here. We got everything that's up there, so let's get going. Ooh. Delayed drunkenness? No, not this time. That's okay. Heyo! Oh, run into walls. Can't take any more hypos. I do need to find the other two little sisters on this level. Where are they? Hello? Knock, knock, hello? What am I stuck on? Yeah. This is fine. I can hear her stomping around. Where is she? Woo! Hi! There she is. There we go. Okay. Where to next? Do I don't have anything I can do here. Map time. Oh, okay. Do I have what I need to be able to open that lock now? Is it here? No. Yeah. Can I open this now? No. Hey, give me a second. Hey. This map. Is it here? Can I go here now? No, we already listened to that.
Anything is possible. The power of the gods is yours. All of our procedures.
Where was that room that was locked that I couldn't get into? Is it this? I think it's this one. There we go. Okay, so where is the other jammer then? Is it H? I don't remember what the button for a hint is. Hitting H didn't do anything for me. Hey, Alexander, do you want gonna not be a dick and just kind of let me go where I need to go? Consider? Think about it. Can't get in there. And we've been upstairs, right? Is this it? No, this is where we just came from. So that's done. He needs to stop with the angry singing. If I do say so myself. He can sing all he wants, but just do it away from our recorder, right? And I can't go through there, so is it upstairs? Gee, it would sure be great if I knew where I was going. Like, I know what I'm supposed to do. I just don't know where it is. Marketing administration here? Here. Okay. Can you... Where are you? Hello, sir? I hate Houdini splicers so much. So much. They're so bad. Get out of here, you weirdo. Stop. Why is it doing that? Okay, hold on a second. Give me... It's the gay juice! Oh! I vaguely remember this. Isn't there something like this in 1? Look, we all chase the gay juice a little bit around here. Am I right? Juice is loose! We got the loose juice! Okay, I also just don't have time to fuck around with all of these cameras. And I hear it. I know it's here. Nope, we're just gonna do that.
Another slap on the nose, boy.
That's fine.
Anyone in the plasmid business
We'll go back to chasing the juice in a minute.
the use of human test subjects. It's our dirty little secret. And to be frank,
Can I?
really want to know, provided the end product is sound.
Fucking hell.
Tears were scarce, even as the economy buckled. A man named Sinclair approached us with a seemingly limitless supply. He rented them to us boundlessly. No questions asked.
Okay. Let's just handle this issue. Just zap everybody. Including myself. I will get zapped just a smidge. That's fine. What is the sound when I get wet? Also, where did our gay juice go? I want it back.
Surprise, Delta!
Whoa! Yay, juice, 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 juice. What? My juice. Give me my juice. Juice, 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 juice. It's true. True. There's a juice. Get out of here. I just want to find the juice. Juice, 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 juice. Give me the juice. Juice, 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 juice. Love me some juice. There it is! The joy I actually get from seeing it off in the distance is significant. There is much joy to be garnered here. Where is it? Where'd it go? We're just gonna play hide and seek with our juice now. I thought I saw something over here. Was it upstairs? There it is! Right? What is it doing? What is happening?
What are you?
We're just gonna get teleported a ton. It's fine. Vending expert. Watch your dollars go even further with Vending Expert 2. Welcome to the circus of value. Perfect. Right? Look, it could have been a better thing, but I'm also happy with that as much as I go into the vending machines.
No friends, no country, only slaves chained in his wake. To his fellows, he asks, of what use are you?
Lamb's over here having a whole conversation with her dang self, and I'm just like, I don't give a shit.
Those who love him are his subjects, for the tyrant accepts only worship or fear.
Can't pick it up. I'm spamming F and I can't pick it up. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, that was a lot of buildup just for, Vending Expert, but you know what? That's fine. Am I full on mines? That wouldn't be surprising. Go! Way! Well... Office of Frank Fontaine! am going to use all of... That's fine. Hey, we know that guy! Hey! We know that guy! I am familiar with this man. Gotta get that delayed drunk effect, and it's gonna be miserable. The Fontaine family. He did explode. It was very nice. Goal completed. We did the thing.
Insubordination. Severance package cancelled. Benefits rescinded.
Each new tyrant ventured here in search of conquest, Delta. Fontaine, Ryan, and now you. But every aspiring Caesar must learn to fear the knives of his fellow.
I'm just gonna interrupt you there, ma'am. Hey.
Hello again. I must assume by now that you're willing to help end my life. In exchange, I have prepared a friendly security escort for you.
Thanks. What is this? What does this do? Kinetic energy from firing is used to charge several dynamos, randomly generating an electric shock. Should I do that? Or the machine gun ammo? Launcher damage might be good too. Let's get machine gun damage.
There's a switch in here which will allow you access to the real laboratories where what's left of me awaits you. Please, use it.
Let's go! Yeah? Excuse you, coming through. I do like it when we get a bunch of nonsense on the guns. But I do kind of gotta consider what things we're doing, you know? What am I using? Alright, let's just go. Good nonsense. Gotta get the good nonsense. Listen, it's important. Hi, Allie. How are you doing, friend?
Living composite of all Rapture's genius in the body of a single man, unfettered by self-interest. Now, I am nothing more to her than a failed experiment. My scores on tests of intelligence and moral reasoning are still noteworthy.
Buddy, I would let you finish, but we gotta get out of here. I'm a big fan of the upgrades. And I do like the fact that they do like cosmetically change how your weapons look. Just a little thing, but it's a nice touch. Also, I can't heal while I'm in the water, and that's a little sad. Because I would like to. Because we were hurting. What is this? Is there stuff over here? Are there secrets over here? Hello? No, this is the way they wanted me to go? No, there's Adam up here. I see. Let's go, buddy. I understand why I can't run in these sections.
As I recall from my time doing business with the owners, that Oxyfill station out there is just
and
a
even in
front
general,
for a kind of hidden passage leading down below. If Lamb's hiding Eleanor from you, that's where she'll be.
Well, let's go. Oh. No, Nope, still can't heal up. Game's telling me to heal, and I still can't heal. There we go. Now it'll let me heal. Why is it so goopy down here? Game, why do you goop?
I'm afraid the lights in here sting my eyes terribly now. Until you arrive to deal with me, they will remain off. Please, locate the breakers and flip them, and then return here to restore power.
Okay. Well, let me hack these machines first. Because it's important that I get things for cheap. I have missed a couple of the the little sisters.
Sophia believes the perfect human altruist is just a formula, waiting on us to solve for X. Intelligence and consciousness are not the same, she argued. Awareness of self naturally becomes obsession with it. So, if we could suppress my sense of self, but imbue me with the cognitive capacity to serve the common welfare, we could thereby generate the first utopian. And then, Sophia said, at long last, utopia would follow.
No. No, that's incorrect. That's not how this works. Also... Fucking shit! I didn't need to do that. Nope! Where is the bot control? Are you here? It's bad here. It's all bad here. Again, game, I'm not stuck, per se. I just don't know where the bot control is. So we're just gonna run away, and then we'll go back. Because I don't want to die. Consider. We don't die.
Sophia and I knew that to create the first true utopian would come at a high cost, my friend. We needed someone to be host to all that Adam, Rapture's finest minds. A willing subject, that is to say, myself.
Woo!
Whatever you may have seen inside the tank, that was indeed me. I fear the fate of Eleanor Lamb will be less physical, but no less grotesque. This tank for deep-sea life is the ideal way to dispose of me. But first, you must retrieve enough Adam-infused plant life to lure me out. The slugs feed on the stuff, and it's all I seem to want now. I have left a sample here, so you know what to look for.
Okay, okay. I do remember really liking this bit.
I see you out there, Delta. You want to be top man? You want to sit in the big chair? Well, come and take it.
It's like, I don't know. It's just, it's very good. Oh, hi! Hello! It's just one of those neat, like, you know everything here is bad, right? But it's really cool when you get to see, like, the full changes that have occurred to some of the inhabitants. There we go.
Well, listen, son, those override keys you've been hunting are genetically encoded. And to get to Eleanor, you're gonna need one from Alex the Great in there. First things first, we gotta pin him down. Find those plants he mentioned, and lure him back out.
We can do that. Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, no, I like to. I know a lot of people don't, but I do genuinely enjoy it. It's very good. I'm gonna get spotted over here, aren't I? I'm not here, you can't see me. No. 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 Fucking shit. No. I'm just gonna keep messing this up. There we go. Because I'm panicking. I can do a hydrate. I have to grab more water, though. Because I drank all of it. Okay, I'm gonna finish this off today. Also, I don't know if you can see her very well. Lamia's buried herself with Wellington. Hi, baby. She's got her head draped over his leg. It's a very comfy baby right now. Hold on just a second. What? Hydrate time. I should drink this before the end of the day. I drank a lot of water earlier, but I've done it bad in general. Also, I think we're only gonna go for like another 15-20 minutes. We'll probably finish this level and then call it here. Because I'm getting tired. So let's go. We got a thing. I didn't mean to use that. That's fine. It's fine.
We can't have you running around the laboratories in your condition.
Can we not? What is happening here? What is happening right now? What is happening right now? Hello? Get out of here.
Poor things. What a life. Marching around playing daddy until some splicer manages to kill off their sister. And then if the coma doesn't take them, they turn maniac. Nothing left to do but scream. No offense intended, son. We better get you to Eleanor on the double.
Sayed.
Your body begins to tear itself apart. The compulsion to find Eleanor will drive you to madness or coma. You have no claim on her. Your design was among Rapture's greatest sins. And yet, you persist. Why?
Okay, maybe we won't finish this section because we still have a couple of little sisters to find. Could have done that a little differently. It's fine. Let's just send out some bees. This is fine. This is fine. I want the bees to feel like they can do something from time to time. Oh, I can't befriend hostile Big Daddies? Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, well... Bees! Ah! There we go. Who is behind me? Okay, let's go ahead and pick up the kid. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if it actually stunned them. My wallet is full. If it stunned them all the time, it'd be great. I would just send them out and do my thing. Whatever, it's fine. But they do often just like, they take 2 seconds to be like, oh, bees! And then they pretend that it's not a thing anymore. And it's like, hey, I need you to be, I need you to stop. I have done the thing. Therefore, you should be stunned for a little bit. It's not the case. But it's, I mean, I've got so much Eve on me at any given time that it's like, if I use a little bit, or if I, like, summon the bees and they don't really do that much, it's fine. I'm not really losing anything. And then I feel great because we got bees. And we like bees here. I want this. It's all about the Electro Bolt. What is happening? Please, I stand by my wishing that the store was a different button compared to my collection button. So I'm trying to grab stuff and run. Hey, can you not? Hey, can you not? Thanks. The number of times that I have, like, activated a store and then bought a bunch of shit because I was just trying to collect stuff and run in the middle of a fight. Far too many. But yeah, at this point, I've got pretty much everything. Or I've got, like, the one of the higher upgrades for the bees, and they still don't do great. We're in the process of taking care of them. Haven't gotten there just yet. It's all good. Dinner's important. That's not what I want. That's what I want. Not that we can do much of anything at the moment. You know what? No, this is fine. Let's do this. Oh.
This is where they bound us together, Father.
It makes the swarms go from one enemy to another one as opposed to dissipating after a single enemy, but I think I've seen them doing that already prior to the upgrade. I don't know. It's weird. Is what we're getting at.
She was not meant to have a father, Delta.
Shrimp and mac and cheese. Oh.
To my life's work.
Please don't shoot me in the face.
Is where they changed
Pal.
her, bonding her to you. The child she was died in this room.
Our big daddy friend is taking care of everything for us. This is beautiful. I don't have to do shit. Oh. Honestly, if they end up taking out this big daddy for me, that'd be cool. Nice, nice, nice. He's good at this game. This big daddy. He knows what's up. Okay, can we... Did his little sister go away? Whoa! Oh, nope, I've done it bad. Buddy, it's fine! It was fine! Oh my gosh, I was gonna take control of them, but I guess not. That's fine. Big boy angry. It's set for a limited time, but he's just kinda... He's just sort of sticking with us, isn't he? You wanna gather from this guy? This is fine. He can like me. I like him. Look at him. What a nice guy. Look at him go. Oh, who's getting me? Oh, the big daddy is. Understood. This is a bit of an issue. It's all over. No, I was hitting the heal station. Fuck. I have to do that again, don't I? I have to do that again, don't I? Ah! This is tragic. Okay, that's fine, because we can pick this up. We have so much money. This is not the power that I thought I had on. Can you not headbutt me, actually? Consider not doing the thing you're doing. Thanks. Let's do this. Oh, I should probably put up some mini turrets. Okay. What? There we go. That's what I wanted. I need to stop shooting trap rivets. Please and thank you. Let's just go ahead and get that big boy out of the way. There we go. Yikes. Okay, can we pick her up? Pick her up! Please pick her up! I have told you to do that, and you are not doing it. Wow! There we go. Alright, put this little sister in. Whoa. We're doing it. We've only gone and done it. Let's go pick up the other one. Woof. You're fine. I got you. We move on real quick, basically. Okay, give me all those. Give me all that. Give me those. Give me these. Give me that. New dad just dropped. New daughter just dropped. Ma'am, I don't think you really want to get that close to me when I have my shotgun out, okay? Listen. I think that's a mistake. Also, let's pick this up. Since I used it poorly earlier. There we go. Nothing over here. That's the bot shutdown. There's a box here. Corpse. Whoop! Hello. And you. Okay. Didn't have to waste one of those, but you know, it's fine. You know what? We'll just send her on her way. I could get all the bodies, but we're just gonna send her off. I don't care enough to keep getting more. Oh, I've dealt with every little sister.
The girls are whispering, Father. They've left.
If that's the last one.
Take it.
I got impatient too soon. Should have just stuck with it. I should have just stuck with it. I just got an achievement that said dealt with every little sister. I should have just... Oh, fucking hell. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. You know what? Hey, buddy. Whoa! It's fine. Yikes! It's fine. No, stop that! Fucking hell. Okay, well, it's fine. I'm gonna keep saying this. My wallet is full. I have too much money. Not something I ever thought I would say. Ever. Yet here we are. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. I would like to get in there. I should've. I'm gonna, like, regret that so much. Honestly, though. Got that good video game magic. Let's just... We're, like, at the end of the game, aren't we? At this point. We're still gonna just wait to finish it on Wednesday, because like I said, I'm getting fairly tired, and I don't know that I got 45 minutes in me. What's in here? We can take our time with it on Wednesday, then maybe even start... I don't know. We might start, Evil Within 2? Or we might just do more Elden Ring. That might be a thing, too. Oops, all Elden Ring. Let's get out of here. Unless... No, we're gonna call it after this stage. Heck, we might just call it here. Yeah, we might just stop here and save the last of this level for Wednesday, as well as the last one. Hey, can you not? Hey, buddy. Hey, pal. Thanks.
It was his will to die, Delta. To serve the majority by protecting them from his lunacy.
Nah. Look, I want to play other games, but I also just want to play Elden Ring all the time. I can play Elden Ring whenever I want, on or off stream.
Will you grant his request, knowing that he served the family?
Yes.
Rebirth, huh? Sure, you live forever, but minus your body. I like my body, kid. I don't feature the idea of my memories and personality being stored in the head of some saintly child, like just one more dusty old book in the library.
Mm-hmm. You get it, buddy. Alright. There's a lot of glowing stuff over here. Okay. Well... Well, the only reason I thought Elden Ring on Wednesday is because I'm planning on doing Evil Within 2 on the weekends. And it might just be good to wait to start that until Saturday. And I plan on doing Who's Lila on Friday for Indie Friday, since the full game just came out. So we'll finish this up on... Yeah, we'll wait to do this, but this is a good place to stop for now. So yeah, we'll finish this on Wednesday. Quit to Windows, please. It is the Pulling Faces game. It is the game with the bad faces. I'm very excited about it. Hold on, I'm exiting out of the game. So we're gonna check that out. I don't know if we'll play all of it, or if we'll just do like a general checkout thing with it. I think I want to play all of it. We'll see though. So we'll do that for Indie Friday, and if it's too long, then that's fine. But if it's not the entire time planned, then we might do some Elden Ring. I also might just keep Fridays shorter than the rest of our streams. We're kind of playing it by ear right now as we're testing things out and trying to figure out what's going on. So yeah, but I mean, we have Wednesday stream between now and then, so yeah. Shall we find someone to raid? Who do I have online right now? Nimbly is doing some Elden Ring. I've got Black Girl Gamers doing Horizon Forbidden West. Mrs. Kiwi is doing some Dead by Daylight, and the AMS is doing some Fortnite. We've also got Ghosty doing Spider-Man. I kind of want to see Nimbly play Elden Ring. But I also adore AMS. We could go say hi to AMS. I did catch up on some of what Nimbly was doing with Elden Ring, and it's very good. So y'all want Fortnite or Elden Ring? Considering we're doing Elden Ring all the time, I don't know if y'all wanna check that out all. But, I think it's also been a minute since we've said hi to Nimbly. So let's go hang out with Nimbly. Elden Ring it is then! Perfect. Alright, well there are our raid messages. First one is for anyone. It's got global emotes on it. Otherwise, the second one is for subs. It's got our channel emotes on it. We got some good stuff here. We're gonna go hang out with Nimbly, our good friend Nimbly, who's doing some Elden Ring. We love Nimbly here. They're very cozy, very wonderful, perfect in just every possible way. I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll finish this. We'll finish BioShock then. Play some other stuff. And yeah. Thanks all for being here. Take care of your dang selves. Have a good rest of your time zone. And we'll see y'all later. Bye!